Right, good morning guys. Right, I need to do a little bit of a tweak here. I've still got the old image up. Morning Elston, how are you doing today? So, yeah, I don't normally stream on a Friday. I'm doing this one today because I've been helping Mr. Mike Moans out with a bit of a sculpt. You can see him on screen at the moment. It's a Thadius Flange, the Gentleman Seductionist. Is his roleplay character for D&D. Fantastic name, fantastic title. And he sent me the pictures over of it, and it seemed like simple enough a character I could do it quite quickly. So here he is so far. No worries, mate. I'll try and keep my tones dulcet for you so you can enjoy it at its best. Okay, so Mike has asked me to do this character. I sent him the update after a couple of hours of work, and this was where I got to. And he asked me to put a pause on it immediately and stand in for his Friday stream. So, yeah, basically, hopefully we'll have a load of Mike Moans viewers tuning in today to see the rest of this guy take shape. So I know Mike normally streams from 11 o'clock, so this is a bit of an early one for him. I'll just do a bit of a, just to keep you on your toes, mate. It's been a long week, has it? You're a little bit worse for wear as the week wears on. Okay then, so I will get started on this guy as soon as I get the image from Mike's messages. It's only fair that I put the reference image on the screen. So let me just grab him. Right now, I've also set up a Twitch bot, which it's my first time trying it. I don't know if it works. Mike has put a code up on his stream, on his Discord channel. So if you go to his announcements on Mike Moans, he has a code that you can type into the chat here that will give you a discount code that we've arranged, so it's a 25% off on resin models. No, so 25% off STL files at my manufacturing, and also 10% off, sorry, on resin miniatures at Owner Games. So if anybody's got that code and wants to type it into the chat, hopefully it should trigger and it should work. Okay, still trying to grab this. Good morning, Ginger Ninja. I think you need to put an exclamation mark at the beginning of that, and then it should trigger again. And it's I am, not I'm. It won't work otherwise. There you go, winner, winner. So my first foray into botting has worked, so that's good news. And welcome to the stream this morning. Okay, so I've lost my train of thought. Mr. and Mrs. Crafting, good morning. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow. Right, let me just save the image. It's a very charming character. It's going to do a little crop on it at the moment because there's an awful lot of Mike's work desk in the image here. So give me just a few seconds while I just get this image top and tailed so it fits nicely on the screen. Edits. Okay, so I don't know a lot about this character actually, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to kind of give you a lot of explanations. I've heard tell of a bit of an episode involving mushrooms, which sounds like it could be a promising run. Right, let me just grab this image now, and we'll drop it into the stream. That's the chap, Thadius Flange indeed. So Mike, I was having a chat with Mike on the phone the other day, and he mentioned it, and he was telling me about a few models that he's really struggling to get hold of. He's put in a request for a few different figures to be added to the range, and then he mentioned this character of his own that he's played that's quite well renowned from the sound of things, and he's asked for a character model of it. So while the wife was watching a little bit of trash telly on the night, I sat down with my tablet on my lap, did a bit of sculpting, and got as far as the model you can see on screen at the moment. And then I sent the picture to Mike as a bit of a preview, and he was kind of like, right, stop that immediately, I want you to finish it on stream on Friday, because I'm not streaming and I want you to do it instead. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a good bunch of Mike Moans viewers coming over to check it out and see what's going on with it. And the figure should be finished today. If I get it finished, I'll do the full miniature export, repair, supports, etc. And send it over to Mike so he's ready to rock, and he can just chuck it on the printer and get going with it. And I think he's going to be using it as like giveaways and things then. So it'll probably be fairly exclusive still, but you'll be able to get your hands on it if you butter him up. So this is not going to be part of my own miniatures range. This is an exclusive job for Mike. Right, so here we go. And there's a little chap in all his glory. So now you can see what we're making. Okay, and I need him on my screen as well, so let me just open it again. Okay, bro. Right, so you can see everything on this model is complete now, apart from the head and beard, etc. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Of course, for D&D purposes. There's a lot of stuff I've been doing recently, which is it's actually, in fact, probably last year's worth of releases have been for Descent into Avernus. So it's a campaign I've been planning to run myself, and I was struggling a little bit with trying to find decent models for the Devil Legions. So I decided I was just going to start at the beginning and just work for everything. So pretty much every encounter you'll come across from the beginning of the Descent into Avernus campaign right through until all the way through Baldur's Gate into El Terrell, and stepping into Avernus a little bit with the like Spine Devils, the Merregons, the Bearded Devils are the latest ones. And this month I've done a few of the characters that we find later on as well. I've just finished on this hay cart as well. So yeah, I'm just trying to do nice big comprehensive sets, but also stuff that you can I've tried to like package it so that you've got like encounters that you can throw in. And if you're a war gamer as well, like the Merregons are like, it's a set of 5, the Bearded Devils are a unit of 10, the Spirigons, the the Spine Devils, they are unit 5 as well. So it's all just what's the word? They're all little groups, so you can actually use them for proper encounters and have lots of unique models without having to like repeat the same thing over and over again. Also, if you do get any of my models off the thing, pretty much everything that's been done in the last couple of years comes pre-supported. I've been doing miniatures 3D printed since 2015, 2016. So I've nailed supporting. If I, blow my own trumpet a little bit. So you'll find that everything I do, I test print myself. I paint myself as well. And you shouldn't have any issues getting the supports off the prints and getting them to come out nice. So just a little bit of quality assurance from my part there that you know it's going to work. Morning, Pixie Wink Wonk. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it is an awful shame though that a lot of people just do pre-supports and they just go auto support and then sling it out there, or they just go over the top and make it impossible to kind of get a good result with. But most of my models, when I'm doing them myself, I basically pull the model off the supports while it's attached to the build plate still. The whole model will come off in one piece, and then I just use a scalpel and just go through and just nick off any like little internal supports that are, you know, they're not attached to the base, and I have to just remove them. But there's very little cleanup beyond that usually. But that's also to do with the resin I use, I suppose. I use the Frozen Aqua 4K for the most part, and I find it's really it's got a real good balance of sharp detail and a little just enough flex that you're not going to snap it all the time. So yeah, I'll tell you, one of the absolute best supporters in the industry, bar none, is a chap called Ty Mansfield for Table Flip Foundry, and he also uses this, or he's developed rather, a thing called the cones of calibration, and the cones of calibration is it's basically like a foolproof, like an idiot-proof calibration tool. So when you put it on the printer, when it comes off the printer, you will literally see whether it's calibrated properly or not. And there's no kind of having to go onto a forum and kind of ask people for their opinions. It's literally kind of, does it work or doesn't it work? It's a pass or it's a fail. And there is a degree of pass, but there is also such a thing as a perfect pass. So it comes with full instructions, and I love the fact that he's done it up like a D&D like magic item. So when you get the instructions, it literally reads like, it shows like a in fact, let me just show you actually, because it's let me just grab it up because I do love it. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at Table Flip Foundry. So this is the cones of calibration over the side here. So you click it to download it. You actually get a free miniature. Well, this little guy. Puck the Dragonborn. So this was sculpted by Velrock Art. No worries. It's going to take me about half an hour to do this head, so I don't mind talking about a few other things in the meantime. I'm due to run till about 1 o'clock anyway, so it's all good. And the more of this kind of stuff I can share, the better as well. So it's all, I'm happy. So yeah, this little chap comes with the cones. So basically, you test print the cones. This guy comes pre-supported by Table Flip, and yeah, basically, when you print you plop this on the build plate, run it at whatever. You can see the little item card thing I'm talking about. Basically, you plonk it in the middle of the build plate, print it at whatever exposure setting you want to run. And what you want to see is every single one of these cones on this side comes up as a success, and the other side says failure. And every single cone on the other side should be printed at the bottom, so you should have a cone at the bottom and then little flat puddles at the top. So every cone on that side should fail. And if you get it so that excuse me, if you can get it to the point where every single cone on this side is a success and every single cone on that side is a failure, then you've basically got like the perfect calibration for your printer. And this is one of the things a lot of people who are new to printing as well will kind of miss, because there's a lot of pre-ready profiles for printers out there. And what I'll just quickly mention here is that Ty has Sonic Mini 4K printers the same as I do. He uses the same resin that I do. I'm in Solihull in the UK, and he is in, I want to say it's Omaha in the US. So the obviously temperature is going to be the main difference, the ambient temperature. Now, even though we're using the same printer and the same resin, my printer takes about 0.6 of a second longer per layer than his does. So it's not the case that every single printer, and if you use the same printer and the same resin as somebody, that it is always going to turn up the same. So yeah, the Amira Labs one, that was the one I've always used prior to this, and again it's trying to interpret the various different elements and try and like eyeball it, and you spend a lot of time looking at, you know, the little ins and outs of the print and all the little fine details. It's quite difficult to kind of say this is right or not. The codes of calibration is by far my favourite now, just because it does give you a straight up, you know, a pass or a fail, and as long as most of the stuff on one side fails, and you know, what do you call it, you might get a few fails on the success. The only cones that truly matter are the ones, see the one where this plus is here. I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen or not. Let me just move it around. Yeah, so just on the cone here, there's a little plus here. That is the cone, this one, that has to pass. So the one on this end is the one that has to pass every time, and if it passes, it's a success, and if the one on the opposite side fails, then it's a success. So yeah, give it a go, try it out, and see how you get on with it, because it's genuinely, like, you know, simple. It takes about an hour to print at 25 micron resolution, which is what I use, but it's totally worth it. I've got two printers which I use for general work, which one of them is the Epax X1 4K and the other one is the Sonic Mini 4K, and as often as I can get it, I will use the Frozen Aqua 4K. So it's I also do have the Ceratec Fast Navy Grey, and I do really like that resin, but I find it's a lot more brittle and breakable than the Frozen stuff. The Frozen Aqua 4K, it prints super sharp, super crisp, and it has enough flex in it that, like, this is let me just move this picture of Thadius around so I can see. So if you can see this little spirit gun guy I've got, he's got trying to do this in the thing here. So this is his little spear. He's got his little trident. I don't know if you can see that, like, amount of wobble I've got going on there. So this is a cured miniature, and that trident has a very good amount of flex in it. So for general printing, the support. In fact, I've got another little thing I'll show you as well, just because it's super sexy. I call this a printgasm, and it's the feeling you get when you pull something off the printer and the supports just remove in an amazing fashion. So let me just pull this offline a second. I'll grab my YouTube channel up and I'll show you something on there. There's no sound to it, but it's just it's a video I've got loaded on there which demonstrates supports being removed. Let me just find it.
Granny, I got the job. Oh,
excuse the stupid adverts.
And you're paying what I asked for.
Get the job you want at the pay you deserve.
You clever thing.
Can you hear the sound on this, or is this?
The right job at the right pay.
I think I'd nerfed it, but
jobs are our job.
Right, here we go. So this is one of my Leonin models that Ty did for me. Printed in the Aqua 4K on the Sonic Mini 4K. There you go, and it's paint ready. It's Zbrush. I've got it on the screen in a second. We'll get on with doing Thadius in a second now. But yeah, so you can see once the supports are pulled off, it's barely left any marks or dinks or anything on there, and there's just a few little minor bits of support to clean up, and they're just the ones that are internal. In fact, I don't think there's any on this model. That just cleans up perfect. Okay, so we're into Zbrush now. So let's just go and have a little look at this guy's face. I'm going to turn my dynamic perspective off. Absolutely, guys. If you got the code from Mike, if you want to sling that into the chat, don't forget the exclamation mark at the beginning. You can grab a discount code and some other good stuff. Okay, so he's got his. And then Mike was saying yesterday, this guy's a hill. I did question the pointy ears actually, but then Mike reminds me he's a hill dwarf. So they're not elf pointy ears; they are just ears with a little bit of shape to them. So let's get them in. Oops. Just going to mirror them well to make sure I'm keeping it symmetrical for now. So as you can see, he's got a little cheeky chappy grin on his face. So I'm going to recreate that on the model, but I've got to sculpt the whole face first. So what I'll do is I'll sculpt it in a very neutral pose, and then position it on the head. Redo the actual facial features just to kind of create the expression, and that'll just help to get it all done, because the use of symmetry will speed up the sculpt quite a lot. So I'm just going to use the clay build-up tool. I'm just going to rough in the eyebrows. What's that? Oh, sorry, sculptress mode. Let's just polish this. Okay, there we go. So yes, I'm using clay build-up, which is just a tool which kind of adds mass quite quickly. And one of the things I'll say as well, the way I sculpt, you will see, is I'm sculpting the model. I'm not modelling it, if that makes sense. So if you take it into Blender and you're using poly modelling tools and things like that, that's not what I'm doing here. This is, I sculpted in green stuff years and years and years before I ever picked up digital. Let's do his nose. Oops. Let's get the rough shapes on his face first, and then we'll do a bit of refining. So cheeks in. Bit of smoothing. And then mouth wise we'll go for let's bump the intensity up. Just going to build up his lips and create some structure to his face, rather than just having it look like a dumpy sphere. Thank you. It's a lot of practice. A lot of stylisation as well. So I've sculpted. I've been painting miniatures since I was 5 years old, so I'm 38 now. Very nearly 39. So it's getting on for a hell of a long time for me. And then my sculpting was mostly, initially in the early days, it was what do we call it? Like conversion work. Oh, do you know, I'm actually going to be doing some terrain pieces on my streams at some point. Cause I've been doing some client work on there for Cursed Empire. So I'm doing a stream on a Tuesday, which will be my Tuesday work will be doing Cursed Empire sculpts. The Wednesday streams will be what do we call it now? Probably doing Crystal Collapse models, which is a game I'm working on with a chap called Max, which we're looking to put to Kickstarter for about Easter next year. And then any other streams I do throughout the week will just be random bits and bobs, possibly stuff for Mike, possibly, I know he wants to kind of roll out his Moaniverse or Moansverse he was talking about, so we'll do some of that. But one of the things I want to try and do is I want to kind of diversify the whole setting, and I'll just quickly show you deviate off task off task again. But if we go to Footsore Miniatures, I don't know if you know these guys or not. So Futsal Miniatures, they do fantastic games that are historic in nature. So you've got Mortal Gods, which is all geared up around what do we call it now? Like the ancient Greeks. Then we've got the Baron's War, which is kind of like 1400s, Dark Ages kind of stuff. But the reason I come here is when they did the Baron's War Death and Taxes campaign, which was not this year, last year, or was it this year? No, it was last year. Sorry. I sculpted this whole medieval village. So all of this scenery that they actually sell here is all sculpted by myself, and I quite enjoy doing it. But I don't do any of this stuff on my own Patreon or on my own store. I only do it for these guys. But like I say, I really enjoy making the like the scenery and stuff. So we did like a blacksmith, we did some beehives, some busted carts, barricades, nice church, and everything's designed to print on a 5.5-inch printer. So if you've got like even just an old Elegoo Mars, you can print it all in resin. And that was the kind of the main thing with these ones was they didn't want to do FDM. It had to be all resin. So we got hay barn, a steaming heap of turd, and then some hovels. We've got some ruined hovels. Oh yeah, they have got one. Ruined hovels, pigsties, some objective markers, treehouse, which they did like a Robin Hood type thing. And then some wattle fences and wells and things. So there's a whole load of stuff. And then their more recent Kickstarter was it was geared up around the Crusades, and I actually did like an entire Crusader fort for them. Let me just see if I can quickly find a render of that, and I'll get back onto sculpting Mr. Flange. You've got to put the exclamation mark at the beginning or it won't trigger. I'm new to this myself, but there you go, winner winner chicken dinner. Okay, let me just was it here? Here we go. So this was the Crusaders fort I did for the Baron's War. So there's 4 different buildings. So there's the one at the front here is the hospital. We've got the temple, and then we've got 2 watchtowers. On either end we've got modular walls that all plug together. We've got a gate at the end. The doors open on this using a metal pin to secure the hinges. Yep, I sculpted everything in ZBrush. It's all hollowed for 3D printing in resin as well. Everything's sized and cut for 3D printing. And as I say, I'm more than happy to do some tutorial sessions on it. There you go. There's some assembly images. But yeah, so this is all stuff that can be done in ZBrush. You can. Previously, I would have gone into Blender, and I'd have done it in Blender to kind of get the sizes and scales and stuff right, and then I may have brought it into ZBrush for a final pass. And then, kind of as the years have gone on, ZBrush has added more features that make it a lot easier to work in ZBrush for like hard surface things like buildings. So I've always used ZBrush for organics, but like this hammer, for example, that was done completely in ZBrush, and this whole model took me, so far without the head, 2.5 hours ish. So it's quite, I mean, I've done a lot of models, and I've put a lot of hours into kind of like, you know, practicing and refining the skills and finding the most efficient ways of doing things. But obviously, having had that experience and the knowledge to get there, that's kind of where I'm at the moment. It's quite a quick turnaround to get anything done. I'm already taken, unfortunately, but my wife's just in the house probably watching the stream, to be fair. But I'm happy to teach if you want to learn. That's the first time I've had a proposal online. Flattered. Right. So I don't know why I'm doing this. Right. One of my golden rules for sculpting is don't sculpt things that you can't see. So there's a difference between sculpting a model that's going to be rigged to be animated versus sculpting a model that's going to be 3D printed as a miniature. So as a miniature, you're going to lose a lot of detail through scale and size, and you know, just lack of definition between layers, if anything. But we are not going to worry too much about that, because we'll stylize everything up, make sure there's lots of steps between layers to account for it. Right, this guy's got a bit of a wider head. Who is that? Mr. Slim Jim, thank you for the follow. For the follow? So if you're here on behalf of Mike and the code, just chuck it into the chat and it should pop up at the bottom with a little discount code for you to use. If you haven't already got that, pop over to the Mike Moans Discord channel. You can grab it in the announcements page. Okay, so I'm just going to widen his head out at the top, so it gives me a little bit of a chunkier base to work from. So I'm just rotating it around, just pulling it slightly in different directions, just to kind of try and maintain the shape. Right, I don't know if has anybody here watched Suits, because this guy's reminding me of Lewis Litt at the moment. Yes, thanks Mike. Thanks Mr. Slim Jim. Thank you for joining. So yeah, you can see bottom right hand corner of the screen, you'll see the artwork I'm going from. So this is Mike's gentleman seducer character. I need to bring his ears up to the eyebrow level. Actually they're just below, aren't they? Just level with the top of his eye. And then the bottom of his ears will be about nose wise. There we go. I love Mike's streams. It just always makes me laugh listening to him. And the things he says to Willow always make me chuckle as well, because I've got a daughter called Willow and I have similar conversations to her sometimes. Yeah, Zbrush is very expensive. They do, if you have a look at Zbrush Core and Zbrush Core Mini. So, he is, isn't he? He's a lovely chap. Yeah, look at Zbrush and Zbrush Core and Zbrush Core Mini, and they've got two different price points on that software if they still do it. So Core Mini is free if I remember right, and it is very much pared back, so you can't do a lot of custom stuff in there, but you can sculpt a model and you can export it, which are like the two main things. You get it ready for 3D printing basically. The Zbrush Core is a bit more functional than Core Mini, but you have to pay like £120 I think it was last time I looked. And then the full version of the software, if you were doing it professionally and you were going to go into kind of like, you know, making models that you were going to sell, I would tell you to just get it and go with it. But it doesn't really pay to to spend that money if you don't have it spare, and B, if you're not earning a living out of it. Now there are sources for what do you call it, less than legitimate versions around, but like I say, the Core Mini, if you're a hobbyist user, kind of renders them redundant. Yeah, Zbrush is actually, it's always been sold with lifetime updates. So they've morning Restaurant baby, I'm creating your baby here, aren't I? With the like making your model. if anybody doesn't know Red Straw Baby, I'm of the understanding that they're responsible for the lovely picture that's on the corner of my screen at the moment. Okay, so let's try and get this guy looking less like Lewis Litt and more like Thadius Flange. It's going alright this morning, actually, thank you. It's been a little bit of config and setup trying to get this bot working, because I'm pretty new to it and I haven't actually dabbled in bots or anything before on anything really. So yeah, so it's a little bit of config, a little bit of getting set up, but it's I've just been chatting nonsense for the Leopard. You need to chuck an exclamation mark at the beginning of that, mate, and we can get you a code. And thank you for the follow as well. Guys, I want to do a little quick poll that is completely off topic here. I'm assuming most of you guys are painting miniatures at some point. Oh, Leopard, you were close, mate. You need to put some spaces in there as well, exactly as you did it the first time, but with the exclamation mark at the beginning, and you should trigger a bot reaction. Bingo, there you go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, so yeah, what I wanted to kind of pose you a question. I was chatting on a Facebook group this morning, and the topic of dry brushing came up, and specifically dry brushing metallics actually. Now, morning Mike, you here? You come to see how he's shaping up. So yeah, so the question of metallics came up, and we were talking about how dry brushing metallics always used to be like a thing. So yeah, so we were basically talking about putting a black primer on, dry brushing your metallics over the top and letting some of the black show through to kind of add some shading and stuff. And a little bit of nostalgia kicked in about like old school painting from back in the 90s when we were all using like really bright colours and stuff. And I always used to be a brush licker back in the 90s, and what I found is lately the paints don't seem to taste the same. So it's far less appealing to be it's for. Can somebody tell Mike everyone's being really well behaved, because he can't hear what I'm saying here. Yeah, it's far less appealing to put a paintbrush in your mouth these days, because the paints taste bloody awful. But it just got me wondering if brush licking's still a thing, or if it's you know, a dying out thing from the past, like a relic of an old age. Do we have any brush lickers in the chat today? Anybody willing to admit to it? Okay, I'm going to put a nice bit of a cheeky chap plump up on his cheeks at the sides. Yeah, they do. You're alright. A bit sweet on the Reaper. Yeah, I've noticed that with Vallejo as well. There's a couple of colours that I'll be painting and I'll accidentally kind of put the brush on my tongue. You know, I'll just carry on going, and then I'll switch colours, do it again, and then I'm like heaving and like trying to find a drink to like rinse my mouth out with. It's just thoroughly unpleasant sometimes. I might have to try some of that. The worst one I've ever done though, I tend to have a drink with me when I'm painting. If I'm painting miniatures, usually it's an evening affair, and I tend to do it with like a glass of whiskey. So I'll have a glass of whiskey, and I always end up putting it next to my paint water, no matter what I'm. It's you know, that kind of that point of reach where you want it out of the way enough that you're not going to kind of knock it over, but still within arm's reach. And I always end up putting my whiskey and my water either together or they're on opposite sides of the table, and it doesn't make any toss of difference whatsoever, because I will still end up dipping my brush in my whiskey by accident. It makes licking the brush a little bit more appealing, and I imagine a blueberry golden grey might be a good mixer for that. Oh yeah, this is my Kraken glass. My coffee cup is next to it, but that's empty. That's been empty for a while now. I have drank paint water before. Not proud of it, but it's happened. Just like I've dipped my paintbrush in my tea and coffee. But are you really a painter if you've never done that? Okay, let's just drop a little cylinder in the middle of his mouth. Where are we? Where's my cylinder? Ah, there it is. Whoop. So he's putting his teeth in. Oh, do you know what? I haven't got villagers, but I do have a number of characters who are not combatants. So I did, if you've done Descent into Avernus, I did the Low Light Tavern. So there's a set of bouncers, there's a pair of Kenku bartenders, there's a city guarder in there as well. I did these guys are the flaming, or my version of the Flaming Fist. So they're called Mercenary Company. So there's a whole load of them. So if you're doing Baldur's Gate and you need your Flaming Fist guys, there's tons of them in there now. Splint Mail longsword veterans, plus crossbow armed ones, and plate mail equipped too. Then we've got I did the Van Famper family recently, so we've got the Amric Van Famper with his bodyguard. We've got Thirstwill and White Sky Fire Dragon. Good morning and hello. Thank you for the follow. The rest of oh god, what we call them? I'm looking around, so I'm pretty sure they're on my desk somewhere, but my desk is an unorganised mess at the moment. But yeah, Ryan Mantlemorn, the works. But I've also done the servants from the Van Famper household. So if you need, I can't remember what the names are now. Savvy Peck, the groundskeeper, the butler, maid, and cook. So I've done all of them as well. So I've done everything you need for Descent into Avernus, pretty much up until Elturel at the moment. So yeah, if you need any of that, check out the store and take advantage of the discount codes. Where to put my pen? If you need any skeletons as well, I know this is a really ridiculous thing for me to say. I would recommend my skeletons. I spent a lot of time test printing them and getting them right to make sure that they tread the line between being a nice printable miniature. Oh dear, what's the trouble with discount codes? No, it's only a bargain if you were willing to spend the money at full price. So that's what you got to tell yourself. Okay, so the skeletons they're the perfect size to look skeletal and look like an actual skeleton compared to a human. but they're also the right size to not snap all the time and not just break and fall apart. And there's enough structural rigidity in the models to kind of allow them to be played with and handled properly. So check them out, have a little look. There's a big bundle of them as well. If you do need skeletons, there's a set that's got like 15 of them, and it's far cheaper buying them in the big bulk than it is to just buy the smaller sets of 5, because everybody loves a bulk discount. Okay, I'm just going to smooth his teeth out. Divide, divide, divide. And I'm just going to use the tool here, put my symmetry on. I'm just going to cut enlarge that and deepen it in a bit. Hey, they're not going anywhere. If you need them, they'll always be there, and I can always sort you out with a discount as well. In fact, we go for a shameless plug now. If you're on my Patreon, which is like six quid or something like that, you get the whole month's releases included in that fee, but you also get a 30% discount code. It's like a permanent fixture. So if there's a lot of stuff you want, feel free to sign up and then hit me up and let me know what you want. So that's patreon.com/LTminis. Okay, so teeth, mouth needs to be a bit more cheeky chappy. Let's give him a bit more of an upturn on the corners of his mouth. Make his lips a bit more voluptuous. There we go. Let me just turn my dynamic tessellation on. House of Alan, good morning. Thank you for joining in. They actually, that was the full intention. In fact, you'll notice there's Commander Grimes and Corporal Blueberry, the forensic alchemist. There was supposed to be a few more in there as well. I never got around to doing them, but I was literally only talking to my wife about them yesterday, saying that I need to revisit them soon and give them an update, because there's definitely a werewolf, a zombie, and a stone troll, and a few more that need to get in and become part of the crowd. Okay, eyes. Boop. There we go. Couple of big old globes for the eyes, and then I'm just gonna push them backwards a touch. Invert my mask so that I can't. While I've got the eyeballs masked, I can't actually sculpt on them, which is a good thing. And then I'm gonna just have a look at the eyelids. Let's just sculpt them on. So we'll get the face done, and then we'll get this magnificent beard sculpted in. Be careful here not to make this guy look too aggressive, because I know he's a lover, not a fighter. Though he looks like he could swing that hammer with some heft. The weather today is decidedly grotty. I can hear the rain outside my office already. Well, I'm just hiding his eyes. I'm going to sharpen up his eyelids from the inside. It should make him a little bit more paintable. Close holes, group all. Okay, so the shape of the eyes. Let's have a look at this. Well, this is a fairly close match to the artwork. They're a bit bigger than that, aren't they? Good shout, good choice, and thank you for the compliment. So this is 30 years of being a hobbyist in the works. Well, 33, isn't it? Nearly 34. Yeah, every time I say that, I feel like a right old git. I'm still feeling Lewis lit in the sculpt here. I'm kind of hoping the beard goes on and it changes it. Thanks, Ghostbox. Appreciate that. I'm 39 in a few weeks, and so I've been painting for, you know, pretty much all my life really. So I got my first Golden Demon finalist. It wasn't even a pin at the time, it was a little certificate thing. I got that when I was 13, I think. So that was, I can't even do the maths on that. I can't even do it. How many years ago was that? I'm literally pulling up Excel now to do a calculation. 26 years ago. God's sake. Right, his head needs to be bigger. Let's sort this out first before I do anything else. Let's put his teeth in his mouth first, because they're separate pieces at the moment. If I scale him up, it's okay, we'll give him a neck and then we'll take it away with the beard. Let's see, not that much older than 30, still nearly 10 years then. I think by the time you were born I'd painted an entire Skaven army and an undead army at that point. I'd Warhammer Fantasy Skaven and the original. Oh no, it wasn't undead. My undead came later. My undead came when it went vampire counts. Actually, it was Skaven and would it have been Dogs? No, Dogs of War was later as well. Oh, I can't remember. What makes him more Lewis lit? The smirk, isn't it? If it brings his forehead forward, then Alan, try that again, but with an exclamation mark at the beginning, and you'll trigger the bot. Let's try that. House of Alan, that should have worked, that should have. I am in there, of course. I'll try it again with no spaces. Capital I, no spaces. It's worked a few times this stream already, so it should be. You broke the bike. It's only gone about 4 times. Yeah, let me come in and see if I can do it. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Leopard. Trying to see what's different between the one you did and the one House of Alan did. Is they the same? Alan, it just doesn't like you. In fact, let me just check. Is Alan on? Oh yeah, coming in through Twitch. Possibly an extra space. I can't really tell on the chats. It's not highlighting it if I try, but I suppose that means nothing, does it? Okay, let's get my picture back as a reference. I'm going to leave the face like that for now. We'll come back and do eyebrows and stuff in a little bit. Let's get his hair on. So I'm going to sling a sphere onto his face. First for the beard. Whoosh. So I'm going to need to move his head up because I still need to see some of this. Some of this chest. I will say, Leopard, I've been doing this since 2010, so it may be that it looks easier because I'm making it look easier. The Blender, as I understand it, has the same capabilities to be able to do all of this stuff. Oops. The only thing Blender doesn't have that ZBrush does, which is a huge help, is like this whole model at the moment is like 5 million polys. But the way ZBrush works is, if you look at the top here, I've got I don't know if you can see this very well, but I've got 5 million and 5.29 million total points on this one, and then I've got 8,066 on the active tool, and all Blender is actually rendering, all that is taking processor power at the moment is the 8,000 points. The rest of it is kind of being faked in. So if you've got a laptop or a PC that runs a little bit more sluggish, you'll get a lot more ease of use out of ZBrush than you will out of Blender, because Blender will render everything in the scene. The only way you'll be able to stop it from rendering is by physically hiding it and taking it away, and that can make it more difficult to sculpt things, because you'll obviously have to at some point turn it all back on. With ZBrush, there's no need to do that, because it will literally just only render the active tool. So typically when I was doing the like the Van Vamper guards, I did a whole set of house guards for them. I had 40 models in my scene. Each one of them was about 4 million polys by the time it had been compressed down. So I had 4 million polys times 40 in a scene, and it was a little bit slow and laggy when I was trying to activate everything. Like when I'd put everything together and merged it all into one piece. Mr. Snowyak, it's not, mate. It's this is another Twitch streamer called Mr. Mike Moans, and this is his personal D&D character that I'm helping him bring to life. His name is Thadius Flange, the gentleman seducer. Seductionist, was it? Seductionist, I think it was, he called him. So yes, it's just I did it as a favour for Mike the other night. So it was, I think I started it after we got the kids to bed. So probably about 9 o'clock I sat down, and about 10:30 I sent him a render of the model, and he basically said to me, "Stop right away, don't do another thing. Can you finish it on stream on Friday, because I'm having a family day?" So I said yes, I'll be happy to oblige, and here I am, just finishing him off. Seductionist, yes, that was it. Okay, so this looks like he's got a man bun, and then he's got this like a little bit of hair coming out the back of the bun as well. So I'll do them as separate sections. So let's just give him a rough shape up to a pony. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to block all of this in very, very coarsely, very rough. So this is not going to look elegant or neat or anything. And then I'm going to come back and give it all a bit of a polish up and a bit of detailing. Okay. Now it might sound like I'm in a caravan at the moment because the rain's just started coming down really heavily. And I can hear it. Oh, I can hear thunder as well. Yeah, you know what I mean. It always, all artwork always goes through like an ugly phase before it comes together into into the finished product. So there'll be a few times when I'm literally just going rough just to kind of get shapes and forms in. So you kind of do it in like an iterative process. You've got to buy me a coffee first. You can't just jump straight in there. Yeah, so this is going to be an iterative process. What we're going to have to do is come back multiple times, multiple passes, just make sure we've got everything where we want it. And then once all the rough shapes are in place, you can start polishing and buffing it and making it look lovely. But I actually still sculpt in a very similar way to when I used to do green stuff work. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Trust the process. No matter how crap it looks, at some point it's going to come together. So Straw Baby, what are you thinking so far? Am I doing a good job on it, or is it? Is there anything you'd change about the face? I've said a few times he's looking a bit Lewis Lit for my liking, and I don't know if I need to. The crooked smirk, I am literally going to use the move tool, and I'm just going to grab the whole face and just go whoop. And then I'll just adjust it as needed. Oh yeah, he'll be winking. And again, I'm sculpting the face symmetrical first, so everything that I'm doing now is going to be like mirrored on both sides. It'll be completely identical, and then once I've finished the identical aspect, I'll go back in and I'll do a second pass on the whole thing just to break the symmetry. Because if you ever take a face and if you ever take a picture of your own face, even the face you see every single day, take a picture of your own face, cut it in half, not the actual face, the picture of course, and then flip it and mirror it so you've got the two halves of the face kind of on the same thing. It looks so weird, and you'll get two completely different pictures, two two completely different looks if you use the other side of the face as well. So it's a weird thing, but you would never know it to look at somebody that there's such asymmetry in your face. Red straw. Brilliant, thank you, much appreciated. And Mr. and Mrs. is lovely chatting to you too. Thanks for joining in, and yeah, if dip in anytime. I'm going to be going till about 1 o'clock-ish, possibly a little bit later, depending on what I'm still doing. So, Mr. Snowyak, have a question about scale. Yesterday I printed your Patreon minis, though I forgot to compare them to your mercenaries, and they came out a bit too small. Are these the ones from this month? Oh yeah, you're right actually. Do you know, I think I'll have to go back and adjust these a touch. I would say they're probably 28mm scale. I think I've used the wrong base mesh scale. Yeah, so being 28mm, they need, what's the upscale on that? Give me a second. Let's do a quick calculation in Excel again. So equals 32. No. So 0.87. .125. Okay, so try scaling them up by a factor of 1.15, sorry, 1.15. So 115% basically. Yeah, that's my own fault. I apologise there actually, because I have test printed them. I've got them right here in my hand, but I've test printed them and I've plonked them here instead of over here with the rest of the painting stuff. So I've not actually compared them to the others. Normally, I actually use a file that's got the a couple of previous characters in there, and then I use them as a scale comparison for export. For whatever reason, I've not done it on this one, so I'll do that before I export the horse and cart for this month. So I'll tell you what, I will quickly just show you all the minis that are ready for this month's Patreon so far. So we've got, and again this is straight out of Descent into Avernus. We've got the farmer riding a hay cart with 2 horses, who's totally just a normal, unconventional farmer and nothing untoward whatsoever. Wink wink. And let me just find them. So we've got Fallister Fisk, or Altair Fask as I've called him. Then we have I can't remember the names. Thadius Creed is the next guy. Just going to find him with massive renders. Where's Fabius? Oh, Fabius Creed. There we go. Old dude with a candlestick. And we've got Sylvia Savikas, who is a tiefling sage who lives in Candlekeep. Come on, Sylvia, where you gone? Sorry, my wife's been doing all my rendering for me. and she's literally re-rendered every single model I've ever made, and they all live in one directory now, and it's like pulling teeth trying to get hold of anything. Okay, there's Sylvia the Tiefling Sage, and there is also a Cambion that I'm working on at the moment, which isn't ready to show yet. But the Cambion is kind of like a humanoid demon with wings and armour. So yeah, that'll be ready to go up probably middle of next week, hopefully. And then I'll just get all of the rest of these ones rescaled and uploaded, so they're just center checked against the others. Supports will still be fine. The pre-supports will scale up as is. Oh, one extra figure, sorry I did. If anybody's a fan of your halflings, we've got Pinky the halfling singer. This is me forgetting my basic alphabet now, and I can't remember where P comes in the alphabet. PQR. P, there she is. And there's Pinky. So all of these characters plus the Haycart are all part of this month's Patreon selection. Next month we'll be going back to some units, I think, so I've got some more of the Infernal Legion to get done. And I may also accommodate some of Mike's requests and chuck a few Furbolg in there. Completely nothing to do with Avernus, but I know he's desperate to get his hands on a couple of nice Furbolg. So right, let's get back onto this little dude. Okay, so next thing we'll want is curve tubes. So I'm going to put a couple of curve tubes in here. Not that big. It's a touch too big still, so let's just shrink it down. Come on. I'll go with that. Call that a win. And then we'll do the same behind his ears. So yeah, again, if you're considering Zbrush versus Blender, I'll say Blender's more for people who enjoy the modelling side of things, where you're kind of pulling points and creating shapes and all that kind of good stuff. Zbrush is very much more sculptory. So if you just want to make shapes and kind of freewheel a little bit, then Zbrush is your better option. Okay, I'm just going to make sure there's a little gap closed up here, because I don't want this open space at the back of his neck. One of the key considerations I've always got when you're sculpting models is the printer at the end of it and the person who's going to be hobbying with it, because what you don't want is like spaces that the resin's going to get trapped in, or areas that we can't paint. Let's just get the moustache mashed up. I'm going to turn this into a braided moustache very, very shortly. Let's just taper it and shape it. Okay, so to braid it, let's keep them big and chunky braids. Can you all hear my caravan with the rain on the roof? It's not a caravan, it's a little log cabin, but it just always reminds me of being in a caravan on holiday as a kid. But yeah, Snowyak with the minis for this month. Try 115%. They should come out around about the right size. So I'm just rounding these chunks of braid off a little bit so they look a little bit nicer. I think one of Mike's keywords I think was lush. A lush and luxurious beard and head of hair. Okay, so that's beard braids. I'll chuck some cylinders in for the other bits. I'm just going to use snake hooks to just pull the ends out a second. Now that's a look. There we go. Let's give him his beard back. Give him his dignity. Okay, same again for these big braids here. I'm going to just I'm going to roughly carve them in first, and then I'll come back and refine the shapes. So what I'm doing is basically like a herringbone type pattern that you would have in like brickwork if you're doing block paving. And I'm just going to run it all the way around to the inside because you're not going to see the rest of it then. Okay, smooth it, and then I'm going to use the clay tool again that I used on the previous one to just fatten up the individual strands. I'm only sculpting in the direction that the hair would be going, so if there's any kind of ridges or anything present in the final model, they'll just look like the hair strands. I'm just going to taper the feather off the insides of these as well, just to give them a bit more three-dimensionalness, if that's a word. In fact, there's got to be a proper word for that. Three-dimensionalness just doesn't sound right. Okay, so here we go. Okay, and again at the end I'm just going to use my snake hook brush and I'm just going to yank out the little points at the end. Right, I need a few cylinders now. Let's chuck a cylinder in. Okay, so for this cylinder we're going to use this as the base for the bands, so let's just bump that, and again. Divide, give it a bit of a smooth shape. Delete all the lower subdivisions. Let's shrink this right down and use them as his beard clumps. Let's go for one there, let's mirror that, mirror well. Let's put symmetry on. Thank you for the follow, House Fallon. Okay, so next we'll just bring this one back. Enlarge this one a touch. We'll come back to the actual braid. I'm going to make it fit in that little clamp now. Same here, I'm just going to make let's isolate the beard. We'll make his little moustache go into the clamp. Okay, and the very end bit I'm just going to use an inflate on there. Just blow it up a little bit, just give it a bit more shape. Okay, the same on these ones here. I'm just going to give them a little bit more of a inflated end. And I'm just going to carve in a few strands, not too many. And I'll do this inverted and the right way around. It gives it a little bit more depth. And the braid, a few light indications. I'm thinking they're going to be quite tight, so there wouldn't be too much visible strandage going on. And then up at the top here, I'm just going to bring this out in different directions to make it look like it's joining back into the rest of his hair. And we're going to do the same on the beard, on the moustache. And one of the things with ZBrush sometimes is when you've got two shapes quite close together, it can interfere a bit with the brush and how the brush works. Okay. Right, now let's get this beard smoothed out. Let's make it look proper now. Don't want the gap at the back there, so I'm just going to nudge it down into his chested touch. Oops, like that. I'm not. That's the wrong piece. I'm going to bring it back down, and this will just mean that we don't have kind of a weird gap that needs to be painted or supported. I'm just going to bring it back into that gap there too. So let's just hide his neck entirely with his beard. Okay, and now I'm going to indicate a few directional strands using the clay tools. And I'm going to come back in with my oil cracks brush. just carving in a few strands. Let's bring it down off his lip. Okay, and now I'm going to just merge and dynamesh the whole beard. There we go. Adeline, thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. Adeline or Adeline? Gotta be Adeline, hasn't it? Adeline, Adeline. Okay, so here we go. Mr. Flange is taking shape. Let's bring his hairline down. Smooth. Let's remove his ponytails for a second so we can, or the braids rather. Right, next thing I need to do is the mass of hair at the back. In fact, let me just bring this down because that's. Okay, it's not going to stay like that. You're not going to see that, but. I apologise, my stream chat's been lingering further up and I've missed a load. Okay, what have I missed? Oh no, just Adeline saying hi and cashing in the code. At least my bot's still working. Okay, so I'm going to use a insert dot. Oh god. Not like that. For his man bun. Just gonna re-profile it a little bit, reshape it, and then I'll do some sculpting on that to make it work. And then I'm gonna duplicate that and just carry it down. I'm gonna use this for the back bit as well. Let's just auto group all of them so they all become their own separate parts. Thank you, Adeline. Perseus, welcome to the stream. Who's Michael? Mike, stupid me. I've not seen Mike in person yet. I don't actually know what Mike looks like. So I think it'll be a convention meetup before. Oh, you've actually styled him. He's actually styled on Thadius then. Sorry, other way around. Thadius is based on Mike. Makes sense. So is Thadius Mike's alter ego then? Or is it just his D&D character? Okay, so I'm going to put some strandage going on in his hair now. Right, so this bit of the back, let's put some. Let's turn symmetry off of this to make it a little bit more. It's bad practice when you're doing hair to do everything symmetrical as well, just because it's never gonna be. It makes it less believable. In fact, I need to go and sort that out in his beard as well. But I'm going to do a second pass on his face anyway. When I do the, what I'll do is I'll merge all his beard and everything into his head, so his head, his hair, everything will all be one piece. And then I'll do his expression, so I'll change up the wink and the side grin, turn his head, and just make it all fit the body. But it's just easier to do some of this stuff early doors whilst there's the option to use symmetry. Because symmetry just makes life so much easier. Okay, so I'm just going to use some strands with the All Cracks brush. And just want to just carve upwards here just to give it a little bit of a break up. Give him some little tusks. What I might be able to do as well. Well, Mike has asked for an extra version of him as well, so I'll have to try and accommodate that one at some point. But I can probably save the head down as a separate piece. And I'll give Mike the file for that, so if anybody wants to get hold of just the head on its own, you just have to butter Mike up and ask him nicely. Okay, so we've got a few cuts in there, we've got some strandage going on. Yep. As I say, with the bun, we're going to go from the centre here and we're going to go out. Always sculpting in the direction that the hair would be going. Why does it look effortless? It looks effortless because I've been doing it since 2010, and it's my day job. So I actually I've been sculpting full time since end of January 2020. Well, everybody turns up with Mike hair, with Thadius hair. Guys, if you wanna prop it, then go for it. I have actually toyed with making some models to be used as props, but I was never sure there was that big a market for it. So if you guys tell me different, I'm happy to make a few more bigger pieces. So I'm doing I'm working through Descent into Avernus at the moment, and one of the things I was looking at doing was like the shield of the Hidden Lord and the puzzle box and things like that. I contemplated making those things, and then kind of like enlarging them and making them bigger, so that you can actually pop them on the table during your D&D games. But it's one of them things, isn't it? You know, you could put a lot of effort into it, and then it's not something people really want. Adeline, you've got my dream job as a kid. growing up, the one thing I always wanted to do was visual effects in films and telly, but it never happened. I ended up doing health and safety and facilities management for years. Yeah, I've noticed Luke did it, but I was never sure if it was something that was a popular part of their offering. Oh, I've got a hole in the hair mesh, so I'm just going to save this because I've been working on it too long and I haven't saved. Yeah, it was the makeup I actually wanted to do. I used to always get the what do you call it? Like the latex, do latex prosthetics and the derma wax and all that kind of stuff. I used to do all those kind of things. Whenever it was Halloween, we always used to have a little bit of a. Oh, your health and safety. Yeah, well, that was my job. I did for about 12 years or so. I was a health and safety manager, environmental manager, and facilities manager, and that was what I did for work before. Well, literally before I switched out to doing sculpting as a day job. So I used to do all that, the company policies and the audits and all that joyous stuff. So procedure writing, procedure auditing. I won't lie, didn't enjoy it. It paid the bills, but it was I don't know. I actually preferred doing facilities management because I ended up looking after offices and doing refurbs and things, and I found that to be much more kind of rewarding. Except when people start moaning at you because the aircon's not the right temperature or it's not right at their desk and things like that. People lose all consideration for everybody else when they've got a niggle like that. Okay, I'm going to come in and just put a few. Yeah, Blender's great. It's got limitations and there's a few things that I struggle with in there. Mainly, I used to use the older version of Blender before they made all the UI change. And like going into Blender now, I have some real issues trying to make things, trying to figure out where things are. And even just navigating around a window because they've changed like the navigation tools. So all the stuff I knew from before has kind of changed. But there's a model that I'm making at the moment on my Wednesday stream, and the plan is that he's going to be not only done as a proper model, we're also going to I'm going to try and like animate and rig him. So I'm going to have to do the texturing, I'm going to have to do the maps and stuff, but also then lob him into something like Mixamo to do the auto rig and stuff, to then bring him back into Blender. So I'm going to do this like I'm going to try and do a full animated intro sequence for a game I'm working on. So the game's going to be it's a tabletop game called Crystal Collapse, and it's if you like Final Fantasy Tactics or Deofield Chronicle, Ogre Tactics, those kinds of like strategy games, then it's kind of, it'll be right up your street. But basically it's kind of like a two-player kind of what's the word, like a battle game. We're trying to make it so that the rules are easy enough that I can teach my 7-year-old son how to play it in like 1 or 2 sessions. That's our kind of goal. And at the moment, I'd say we've nailed that. It's well easy to play. But yeah, when we do the Kickstarter for it, it will kill your hero still. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for me because it's not something I normally do, and I'm not entirely comfortable with, like, say, all the UIs and everything. But I'm going to give it a go and see how it all pans out and stuff. See if I can make it happen. And if not, I've got Wilkie on the line to. Yeah, I think we fell short. I think, if I remember right, I think I checked this morning. It was either 92 or 96. So we've probably hit that today. I'd have thought that the number of subscribers who've joined during stream today should push us up a little bit. Oh, 98 was so close. Come on, if anybody's watching and you haven't subbed already, sub it up to 100 and need 2 more people on board. Right, red straw. I need a little bit of advice from you here. I think the hair needs to come back a touch. Let's do that symmetrically. Do you have any thoughts on the on making this? He'll stick his paintbrush in his hair afterwards. You know what, let's try changing his facial expression and see if that helps. Let me just duplicate this first. Wilkie Sama, thank you for the sub. I'll be honest, I didn't even know I had subs set up. No, if only we could follow more than one side. Okie dokie, so I'm going to duplicate the beard and the hair, so I'll merge them together first. Let's add the braid things. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate the hair. Let's hide the one, just in case I screw this up. Diglett, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the beard, I haven't actually got around to breaking symmetry on the beard yet. So the plan is I'm just right now merging the face into the beard. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work on the facial expression, which obviously requires moving up this this side of the face. Isolate the teeth, I don't want them to move. I need to do this asymmetrically, and then I'm going to go back in and rework that beard a bit. So let's just quickly, I'm going to isolate his eyes too, and I'm just going to grab that corner of his mouth, pull it up, and then bring that one down a touch, and then let's just bring, oops, just masking off a chunk of his face. do a little diglet on his base. The eyelashes in. So a lot of the thing when you sculpt is just trying to think where the paint's going to run. So you know when you put paint on a model, we're using like washes and things like that. A lot of it is going to be about thinking where the washes are going to run into, where your dry brush is going to pick up and things like that. So it's looking like this so far. So I'm just going to mask him up some eyebrows. He's not far off finished actually. Come on, sort yourself out, masking brush. Just going to extract that one eyebrow. Accept it, and I'm going to flip it to the other side, so merge, mirror and world. Just going to give a bit of a polish to that now, a bit of shape and form and whatnot. I think I obviously need to turn his head and just tilt it just a touch. Shape the top down a touch. Okay, I'm going to auto group these so I can isolate them one at a time. This one's just going to be positioned down here. And the other one. The Zbrush barber, I like it. Funny actually, because half of the sculpting job that I end up doing on a day-to-day basis is hair and costume design more than anything else, because the anatomy's pretty easy for me. It's fairly straightforward. The only bit that ever gives me a challenge is trying to figure out what the characters are wearing. So yeah, so barbering and tailoring. Two essential parts of the job. That eye looks a bit pissed, doesn't it? Let me just bring the bottom up. Okay. So let's sort the symmetry issue with the beard out. Just let the autosave go through, so it's saved my bacon a few times despite it being incredibly annoying. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. There's a thing called polygroups in ZBrush, which is something I like. So you know, in Blender, when you can select an island, so you click on a piece of mesh, press the L key, and it'll start expanding the selection out to the whole of that object. So if I turn on polygroups, this is what you're looking at now. So everything that is its own colour, I can individually click on and isolate from everything else. So the head is a separate subtool. So down the right hand side here I've got a subtool menu. So we've got a tools menu, which is all of the individual tools, which is basically a model of its own. Then we've got subtools, which is basically breaking this down. The only way you could do this in Blender would be to move things onto different layers, say, and then enable visibility of the layers. Is it layers or? Yeah, I think it's layers, isn't it? Let me press M is it? M1, M2 kind of thing. So if I go down and select different elements, you'll see like the different parts will colour depending on what I've put in at any time. So every single different piece is a different colour. And I can alt click on the model as well to just flip between selections. Do you know what? Let me just quickly. I'll show you all of it. There you go. That's all of the polygroups for the whole model. I'll show you a bit better. Because every single piece that's there, I've just noticed there's a squiffy little bit here. I'm just going to sort those out. There you go. Yeah, dynamic perspective can alter it a little bit here as well, so just trying to match the let me turn polygroups off and I'll just do a quick render. Oops. And I'll just do a quick snip of that. Send to Mike. I'm assuming he's not on screen, or I think he'd be commenting by now. But let's send that to Mr. Moans, and then I'll go through the exporting process if you want to see the supports and everything else going through. Do that. Where is he? Discord, isn't it? There we go. Just send him a quick update there. Cracking. Right, I'm fairly happy with that. So let's I'll show you what I do when I'm trying to export models now and get them ready. So I'm just going to import a human, 32mm scale human, with a ruler. So this is my standard okay, let's bring this guy in. Mike's just replied, absolutely gangster. Okay, right, that's not the right mesh. This is one of my base meshes I use for sculpting humans, but that's not the right one for this time. Let's go tool. That's the jobbing. Right, so you can see with this guy, so this is how I normally start a model. So I'll start a model with a human character in the scene. There's a ruler on the side. This ruler is 100mm tall. Oops. What's going on there? So, right, it's a separate piece. So yeah, the right here then, we've got a count of, to the eye line, about 32mm. So this is 32mm scale. So when you talk 32mm scale, we're talking bottom of the feet to the eye line. 32mm scale is typically going to be about 35mm by the time the figure's finished. But could also be much larger if it's like an ogre or something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be exactly 32mm. So I'm going to take this guy, I'm going to merge visible, just put them all into one piece. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to chuck it in with good old Thadius. Paste. Okay, and the only thing that's the only thing that's important here is that the human is appropriately sized to Thadius. So he's going to end up being. Let me just adjust the positioning of my widget. It's not a euphemism. Right, so what do we think about there? Make him about 25mm to the head, give or take. Hands are about the same size. His head's obviously larger, but he's a stylized character, so that's fine. Let's make him just below, let's say nipple height. Nipple height feels appropriate. Okay, and then I'm just going to cancel everything out on there, delete the rest of that, and I'm going to merge visible here now. So I've now got the whole thing merged into one tool. I'm just going to hide the ruler, split the ruler off. Let's name him Thadius Flange Gentleman. What was it? Gentleman seductioner? Hang on, I'll find it. It was on his chat group, wasn't it? In the announcements. Seductionist. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Okay, now I'm going to zoom in so I can get a good view on him. And I'm going to bump up the resolution on the Dynamesh to about 650, I think, 700. I'm just going to Dynamesh him. So Dynameshing, what this does now is, yeah, I heard about the mushrooms. The Dynamesh is going to basically create one solid, seamless shape. So before, where every item was its own polygroup, this is now all one polygroup. So if I show you that now, you can see it's all just one piece. I'm just going to do a quick once over on him just to make sure I haven't got any little hidey holes or anything like that for the resin to get trapped in, or any like little obnoxious bits that we can't paint. And I think I've managed to avoid them on this one anyway. So we've still got just over 1 million points, which is not the absolute end of the world. That's actually fairly printable, but I'm still going to run a Dynamesh on it. So what do you think, Red Straw? Have I hit the nail on the head, or is he? Have you got any tweaks you suggest? I like that. Thadius finished faster than the laundry. It's really hard to say Thadius with a th sound and then faster, or finished and faster straight away, because I just want to drop straight into the th sound again. Thadius finished. Okay, so right, so the pre-processing is done. So this is just Zbrush just analysing the mesh. Yep, I sent Mike the picture over on Discord, and he replied with "absolute gangster," which I take it to mean he likes it. So I was going to get this guy decimated now. So I'm going to decimate to about 20% of the polys, which will put him at 200,000 polys. And I've got no visible distortion going on, so I'm happy with that. So I'm going to now select the ruler, and I'm going to export the ruler at 100mm on the y-axis. Now that's going to make sure that the whole model comes out at the correct scale, so everything's going to come out relative to that 100mm ruler. So I'm just going to export to STL with the ruler. Let's go for, let's drop it in my Patreon file. Let's go to new folder, Mike Moans, and then we'll save each as the file name. Okay, I'm just going to save Zbrush now. And close it. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is bust open Lychee Slicer. If you're not familiar with Lychee Slicer and you don't use it yet, I suggest you give it a look because it is awesome. I'm going to find that folder now. I'm just going to drag and drop the model in. Patreon. Mike Moans, and bring him in. Okay, so when I click him, you can see he's red. So we need to just run a repair on him first. 12 holes in the model. Lychee has fixed those 12 holes for me. Nice and quick and easy. Normally I'd do that in NetFab, and I've recently discovered it's actually more effective and efficient using Lychee, because Lychee actually uses NetFab but does it faster than NetFab does. Who'd have thunk it, eh? I'm actually going to rotate it around a little bit, so he's not quite upright. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my prepare. I'm going to go auto supports. I want a medium size, which is, for me, medium is a 0.28mm tip. So I'm going to go medium supports with a low support density, and I'm just going to generate automatic. Now, one of the things that's important in your slicers is the resolution of the slicer that you're using at the point when, sorry, the resolution of the print settings that are relative to your slice. So that's a really cack-handed explanation, but let me just show you what I mean. So I have got here Frozen Aqua 4K, Sonic Mini 4K, Frozen Aqua 4K resin at 25 microns. So that's my layer slice thickness. So when Lychee is looking for your islands, it's cutting the model into 25 micron layers already. Okay, so each of these layers here now is being analysed. So there's 1216 layers. If I change that setting and I use 150 microns, for example, there's now only 203 layers in the entire thing. And if I change it again to 300 microns, there's only 102 layers. Now I'd never print at that, but when you're trying to break down your where your islands are and where you need to place supports, using the island generator is actually a really good way of doing it if you fake layer thickness. So at the moment I've got it on 300. So if I do an island check at 300 micron layer thickness, it's found nothing. Oh no, I haven't done it. Right, so it's found a few islands after auto supports. So I can go in there and I can chuck a support in there, chuck one there, and chuck one here. Now these islands that are at the beginning, the reason I've run auto support first, by the way, is because it just puts the it gives you a base to start with, but it will put your height up. I think I've got mine set at about 3mm. It'll just lift the model up for you and everything. So these first few supports that go in there, these are quite good practice to be putting in as heavy supports, because they're the ones that are anchoring the model to the build plate. So my heavy support is a 0.48. So I'm just going to make a few heavies in there. I want a heavy here, and that is going to be, let's just bring that down. Let's make that one a heavy, but I don't want it to be as heavy as the previous. I'm just going to notch it down a touch, so 38 say, and that one I'm just going to make into a mini support. I'm going to do another couple of minis from here, just to there. Okay, let's just chuck one on the end there, because I know that's definitely going to be needed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab some of these supports. I'm going to try and parent them off so there's less stuff touching the base. But you know what, I'm going to select, we're going to supports all, select bracing supports. I'm just going to delete all my bracings, don't want them. I don't like the way some of the slicers throw all these extra bits in, I find it wasteful. And I don't like all these ones that where they run off all the way across. These little moustache holders. These bits. Yeah, I mean, anytime I ever do supports of things, what I always do is the supports that are available, but they're not the only one that's available. The raw file's always there too. So I know a lot of people won't even entertain buying a model without supports, and I'm test printing everything anyway. Do you know what I mean? Every single thing I do is always going to be test printed by me to make sure it's viable. Because I don't want to release. Well, sometimes I release things before they've been test printed, but I will always test print and go back and adjust. Like at some point in it, like very quickly. The only time I wouldn't do it is if I've run out of resin or something. Okay, so we've got a few supports around the bottom of his feet, which will help him hold in place. In fact, you know what? They can be mediums too. They don't need to be heavies on his feet. Now you can do this in Lightroom using they've got the paint supports option, where you literally just drag it in a line and it'll just drop a line of supports in. Let's change that one down as well. Let's just make that a bit smaller. Okay, this one can be a mini support. Oh, we need one there. Comes down there. In fact, you know what? That's all of the islands captured, but let me just grab a 25 micron slice. Let's get my frozen Aqua 4K. Let's do island detector on that one now, with real accuracy. I'm just going to show you something again while it's just quickly here, just to demonstrate what I'm talking about here with the supports. So with my supports, the way they're designed to like remove as easy as possible, whilst achieving the print. So I did this video a while back. Let me just mute it. You don't need to see the hear it, but basically this is me removing supports off a bunch of models I did for a Kickstarter a while back. So there's 12 models I think on that build plate from the Sonic Mini 4K, and essentially what I've done, I think the whole video runs for a minute and a half, and I've managed to remove every single one of them. I think I accidentally broke one of the swords being a bit heavy-handed, but this is how they should clean up basically. So one of them I was a bit cack-handed with, and I managed to break the sword off. But it should be that easy for you. There you go. There's my breakage. Yeah, that's like 40 seconds or something like that to strip 12 models off the build plate, and there's barely any cleanup on them either. There's like the micro supports and the mini ones that are around the place. There's so few of them. Just I think it was about another 2 minutes just going around nicking off all the little bits off them all. Come on. So that's what we're aiming for anyway. That level of cleanup. Can we get away with that one? How can that be another island on its own? That does not make sense. Just remove some of this clunkiness. That bit I'm not too happy with. Let's do that with a light. Oh no, not a mini sport, a light sport. And we'll take that off there. Going to pick up all of these little what do we call it, the little details using light supports. That's it. Connect that into there with a mini. So let's pair it into that. Okay, and support there. And there. Oh, a few over here. So the key thing here is you don't want to make any of them be crossing over, because there's nothing worse than when you've got like the supports getting tangled around the legs of a model or something. I'm going to pop these onto there. That's going to be a pillar. That'll be a pillar. Oops. Get all these ones under his foot, make them pillars. Okay, and where else we got? Right, so there's one here. What's going on with that? Okay, let's pop that there. And there can connect to his arm. Right, bottom of the elbow here, this is the one that wants to be the prime support, I think. So I'm going to bring this to here. And I'm going to just bump that up a touch. I'm going to make that heavy, but I'm going to reduce the diameter down to about 35, 36. Bottom of the elbow is always going to be the point that's going to be supporting weight. That's going to be the bit that's going to come out flat if you get it wrong. We've got a little bit on his beard, just Let's get that, tag that to there, and do the same again. Okay, and that's Thadius supported. Let me just double check it looks robust enough to me. I just pop one there. On the arm, I think we've got him in the right place. Let's get one on the elbow just for good measure. Once according to the light sheet, then I've got this done in. Let me throw a raft on. I'm going to make the raft quite thin. Make this 30 micron. Okay. And there we have it. So I'm just going to save this down now. Control and save. Let's save it as. There we go. And before I do anything else, I'm just going to delete all the supports. Delete the raft. And I'm just going to export the model. Export selected 3D model. Prepared. Don't save. Oh, actually, do you know what? Let's get that back open again. Mindworm Twitch, drop an exclamation mark at the beginning of that and it will kick the bot into action. Thank you for joining the stream and for the follow. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to do on Thadius here is oh, capital I as well, exactly as you did it the first time but with the exclamation mark. I'm going to export this as a pre-supported there we go. There we go, supported. So we've got a supported STL for those of you that don't use light sheet, and there is a what you call it as well. Don't save. Okay, I can share that folder with Mike then, and hopefully he'll have him printed and ready to paint on stream soon. So I'm finished a little bit earlier than I expected on this one. So I'm going to cash out and go grab some lunch, I think, but then I'm going to come back. In fact, no, do you know what? I'm going to carry on streaming because the wife and kids aren't here. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a little bit of a break for a toilet and grab a coffee. So I'll be with you again in 10 minutes, say. And it goes for the eyes. We call him Woo. He was he actually was never intended to be Minsk. That was never my intention. But he was one of the first models I actually ever sculpted digitally to release. And he basically, so I somebody asked me to sculpt a hamster at some point, and I was trying to demonstrate how you could use the hamster as a file, because I released it as an OBJ but not as an STL file. So it's in my anybody who is on my Patreon, there's a link on there for my component library. So if I show you my component library quickly, there we go. This is what all my patrons get. So basically we've got this folder full of parts, all object files. Can I show the preview window on here? Right, so we've got like every time I make a new asset, like a sword or a weapon, here we go. So we've got a short sword, we've got a bone sickle, It's like an icicle but made of bone. We've got a spear from a Death Knight. So all these different things, I make them, save them into a folder as OBJs, and then if you're doing any conversion work or you want to kind of modify your models, you can just go and help yourself to anything and just sling it on. So there's heads, there's some animals in there. So I've got like there's a scorpion. Then we've got Woo the attack hamster. So basically, when I made Woo, I was like, well, you know, I've put him in there. Let's show you how to use him. So I just dropped him literally onto this guy's shoulders and saved it down, and I ended up just, people wanted that version of him, so I just released it. And ever since then, everyone said it was a Minsk, but like I say, he was never Minsk beforehand. It was never meant to, and it was about 2, 3, 4 years down the line before the hamster made an appearance. So we've got eagles, we've got crows, we've got owls. There's all sorts of things you can use for like familiars and to customise your models. Loads of different heads. What else? Dragon daggers from the Cult of Tiamat. Dragon cult masks. So heads from different characters that I've made. So yeah, so everything's there anyway, and it's kind of thing. So if anybody wants to get hold of that, it's about a £6 sub or thereabouts on my Patreon. So you get all the month's files, you get a discount off all of the store purchases, usually about 30%. For my birthday, 3rd of November, I usually put on a relative discount code, so it will be a 39% discount for November. But yeah, it's all there and it's all available. So if you want it, just sign up and join, and the link's there throughout the month. And as I say that, I realise I think I've forgotten to actually post it this month, but it's there. It's a permalink anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to duck out and go pop to Loot and grab a tea or a coffee or something like that, and then when I come back, I'll get on with another sculpt and talk you through some of the other stuff I'm working on. So hang around, guys. I'll only be a little while, and I'll be back in a minute. Right guys, back again. That was quicker than I thought. Just going to grab a sandwich and I ended up just grabbing a handful of biscuits and that. Okay, so excuse me talking with my mouth full. Let's fire up Zbrush again. Let's just turn the wonderful Thadius off. See what I need to get working on. I can show you. Let's do a little bit of sort this month's minis out. Bit of biscuit dunking because it's rude not to. Okay, so here we got the farmer with his hay cart. So I need to do a version of the farmer standing up, I think. But I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. I'm going to go and do the Cambion, I think. In fact, no, we're going to do Thadius Fisk, the combatant. So I've done Thadius Fisk as a non-combatant character. So this guy is a he's a human spy. He's an NPC, and there comes a point where he may, if you play your cards right, chip in and have a scrap with you for you. So I'm just going to do a bit of armour and some weapons on him. Right, so I've already put like an overcoat for him, so I'm going to put some padding and some armour plates on this. And I just need to turn it off, turn it down. I'll turn it off because it's not needed. So just move these in, so nudge, nudge, nudge. So, there's his overcoat on. Let's put some detail on it to make him look a little bit more appealing. So I'm going to use my ore cracks. No, that's not right. Smaller size, larger intensity. So this is a bit I was talking about earlier when I was saying about having to do costume design. So I'm just trying to plan this guy at the moment and figure out what I'm going to do with him. So I think I'm just going to give him a little border trim around this top part. I'll throw a little bit of filigree in there, I think. Go for hamsters go for the young. Hamsters go for the eyes. I always did love Minsk. Can't remember his name now. In the original Baldur's Gate games as well, there was a necromancer. And I always used to quite like him. It was a weird character. But you know when you click the character and they speak to you. I just remember a couple of times. You click him a couple of times and you get quite a stern. That's it. Miniature giant hamster from space. You get a very stern reply from this necromancer a couple of times. And after about 4 or 5 clicks, he just goes, "Stop touching me!" I need to do a character for my friend actually, because it's his birthday soon, and he's got into D&D quite a lot recently, so I need to try and get his character ready for him. But I'm not going to have time to be able to sculpt it and get it ready for his birthday, so likelihood is Boo was in Mass Effect. Where was Boo in Mass Effect? I don't remember that one. That passed me over. Unless it was in Andromeda, because I didn't play that one. Got it, I just haven't played it yet. Love the Mass Effect games. Okay, it's a little bit of scroll work detailing on his shoulders. And I think let's do another little bit down the front here. But not, this isn't going to be a actually no, I won't do that yet because I'm going to change his stance up. Oh, you're right, Alston. Sorry, mate. I'm supposed to be clapping and shouting periodically, weren't I? So keep you awake. Might see if I can get some sound bites actually for the streams. Which is like, you know, they go for the eyes, Boo. How would this guy look if he was attacking you with the scimitar? Did I leave his legs on? Did leave his legs. Oh, no, I didn't clock that actually, the hamster cage in Mass Effect. Or if I did, I didn't connect the dots. Okay, let's go for a combat stance here. This is what kind of pose shall I do? Auto groups, just take the one leg. I'm just trying stuff on the fly at the moment, so this may not work. I may have to revert back, but the weather is absolutely bleak out there. It's bucketing down, but I was quite lucky because in my little journey back to the house, so my office is a log cabin studio at the bottom of the garden. So it's like a, I don't know, was it about a 20-metre run from the door of my office to my house. I managed to make it up there and back without getting absolutely drowned. The rain broke just in time for me, and I consider that a win. In that case, Wilkie, that is definitely a Boo reference. Okay, so let's tilt the torso down a bit as well. I'm going to rotate the torso a touch in the middle, but I'm going to do that after. No, I won't actually. Screw it. Let's do it now. Let's make it happen. Do you know, I'm going to backtrack on all of this. I'm going to make him a bit more static and less. Let's give him a wide stance still. We'll have him holding his sword in this hand. This is right hand, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we'll go right hand for sword. Do you know what, let me just double check Thadius Fisk's attack profile, see what he's got. So where are we? Come on. Got his further back than I thought. Here. Right. So he is a spy. With Just a melee weapon. Okay, so we're just giving like one sword, like a scimitar or something like that. I've got a nice one that I made. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, I've already bought it in. There we go. Okay, so similar to there, let's put the arm back. Oops. Right. Let's just check a couple of reference images. I think that let's tweak that, let's split that off. Let's forget the sheath exists for the moment. Let's take my Ranger dagger, let's make the blade bigger. Let's go to about there, let's extend the length. This might make a better weapon than the scimitar. Let's just do a bit of reprofiling here. You know what? I've just had a great idea. I'm gonna hack it up a bit. I'm gonna turn this into more of a kukri. Let's give it a bit of a belly swell. There we go. Oh, balls. We need to do that. Okay. we go. Oh, I've shot myself in the foot now. I've given him like a kukri. How do you do a kukri sheath? A kukri scabbard. How do they look? They look like... not these. Well, that one looks fitting, doesn't it? Okay, let's get rid of that then. We're just going to copy the blade. Delete that. Split the blade off. Let's duplicate the blade. I'm going to widen it out. That way and that way. And touch that way. Oops. Let's try that. Let's group polish Dynamesh. Delete that. Inflate to soften up some of the blade bits. Let's Dynamesh it again. Okay, now we're going to do a little bit more polishing. Dynamesh it out again, a bit more polish. There we go. Just take that out. Take that little bevel out. Okay. Balls. One tool again. Ah. Right, I'm going to take the very edge of this now. I'm going to mask it all out. In fact, you know, there's a better way of doing that. I'm just going to mask out a rectangle in the middle, just like that. And I'm just going to, oops, don't want it on that side. Flatten the edge out, polish this face. Okay, I'm going to come down. I'm just going to put some little stitching details down the side here. And remember, everything is getting stylised and done in such a way that it's thinking about painting it. So I'm constantly thinking how we're going to paint this with washes and dry brushes and layers and glazing and all that kind of good stuff. I mean, personally, I tend to do more glazing when I'm painting, but I know there's a lot of people that do dry brush and wash. I'm not even going to call it the other name. Okay, so I think the knife's done. Okay, right, so we've got the dagger and the scabbard. Right. I am not feeling massively enthusiastic about Fisk at the moment, so I'm going to park this one. I'm going to work on something else, which is another suggestion from Mike. So this is not an outright request, this is a suggestion of something you'd like to see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, do you know what, I'm going to isolate the face. Let's just work on the face on its own, and you can see if you can tell me what you think it is. Oh, a minute. Cricking my neck at the moment. So, right. Yeah, basically every time I make something, I save it down. So, if I do something for the first time that I don't already have, I'll save it into my asset library. So every month I add to it, and then when I need to do like an axe or a sword or a dagger or whatever else, rather than start from scratch every single time and take all that much extra time over it, I'll go and find something that has a close approximation to what I want to use, and then bring it into the program to kind of rework it and redesign it. But you can, it's basically like, you know, when you go and do a when you like dress a model, dress your player character on sort of like Skyrim or something like that, and you can load them up with stuff you bought from the shop. It's a very similar kind of process. Yeah, that's it. And you know, when you're doing you'll see a lot of tutorials, and you'll see people go, I started this from a sphere, and look what I've ended up with. And that's fine. You know, you need to be able to do that. But once you've figured out how to do that and you've mastered it, there's no point in repeating it and doing it over again, because it's just torturing yourself. So you have to try and find smarter ways of doing things. And when you're doing production stuff, starting with ready-made models that you can hack about and change and modify, because you can start with something and end up with something completely different. I'm not saying, like, you know, plagiarise and copy stuff that you've done over and over again, but if it gives you a base mesh to work from, and it helps shave an hour off your working time, then it's all good. Like if you're doing client work, especially, you know, your clients want a quick turnaround on the job. They're paying for a piece, and there's no sense in kind of torturing yourself to, you know, to earn your fee, if you like. You may as well work, like I say, work smarter, not harder. But if you've never done it before, if you don't understand anatomy, cheating and using somebody else's anatomy is never going to help you. You still need to kind of work it out and get your head around it. You can't take shortcuts without putting the legwork in first. Essentially you've got to earn your shortcuts, earn the right to use them by proving you can do it. And that way you can safely say, you know, yes, I'm comfortable with all these kind of things. I've got no issues with it, and this is just the way I'm choosing to work now. So. Nice, with someone driving like a maniac down our road. I've just done something there that's a massive no-no, by the way. Or sub to the Patreon and just have access to them anyway. I've got no issues, by the way, if people actually are doing like sculpting work, even if it's commercial. I've got no qualms with people using my assets, as long as they don't look like my assets at the end. If you need to use them as a starting base to, you know, to work from, to save yourself a bit of time. As long as it doesn't actually look like something I've sculpted by the end of it, then it's all good. Stylus, always a stylus. I use a mouse if I'm doing kind of transformations. If I'm just doing like a, you know, if I'm dragging out the what do you call it now? When I'm doing like things like supports and stuff like that, or the like fine positioning of things. But when I'm actually sculpting, I've got a It's a Huion canvas, 20, I think it's a 21 inch. They don't do them anymore, but they do a 22 inch now. And this is brilliant. I've got a Wacom as well, Wacom Cintiq. Cintiq Companion 2 it is. And I use that for like mobile working. So if I'm sitting in the house and like Thadius, I did on the tablet while it was on my lap while my wife was watching. I think it was Married at First Sight or something, but. I was just sculpting my models, sat next to her on the sofa, and it works a treat. You know what I mean? It keeps her off my back as well. So then yeah, it's all the Cintiq Companion is great, but it's small. It's like a 13-inch screen, so all of your UI is like condensed and shrunk, so you can get a lot less on screen. When it comes to doing the work itself, it's fine, but it's when you've been working on a bigger size one, it's hard to then take a step back and work on something that's smaller. You just have to remember it's a portable think it's temporary. But yeah, it's the canvas is great. I actually prefer my canvas to the Cintiq, and it's a fraction of the price. The Cintiq runs around about, that was about £2.5 when I bought it, because it's an actual computer. It's like a mobile, it's not like a jazzed up iPad if you like, with Windows on it. But the canvas one, it obviously has to run off the PC. Okay, let's just give him some cheekbones. Go for a bigger jaw, I think. Not a million miles away. It's not human. I'm just trying things out at the moment because I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with it, so it's a practice piece. Oops. Here we go. Why does it keep doing that? Right, I think it clearly doesn't like drawing spheres in when stuff's hidden. Right, now a good separation between the eyelids and the eyeball is essential to actually being able to paint them. Split it on masked. Just isolate this from the split on masked. There we go. Yeah, I've said a load of times though, and I don't think I've actually mentioned it on this stream, but it was something I had to chat to Mike about the other day. I'm in a minority at the moment because the number of sculptors out there who make models who then participate in other parts of the hobby is minimal. So I obviously came into the hobby 33 years ago. I came into the hobby 33 years ago, playing Games Workshop games, Warhammer, 40k, Hero Quests, Warhammer Quests, bit of D&D, some Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, etc. And I started painting miniatures, and a lot of the sculptors who are around now not only don't play the games or paint the models, they also probably in a lot of cases I doubt even print them, because a lot of models I see aren't printable, and the problem is we've got a weird kind of like customer situation at the moment where, so you've got people like myself who have grown up as hobbyists, understand and know miniatures, and then have picked up 3D printing as an extension of the hobby. On the flip side of that, we've got people who during lockdown period have sat around with nothing to do, can't get access to their regular hobbies and things, and have kind of discovered 3D printing, and then this magical technology with all this kind of like cool stuff has kind of like appealed to them. So they've gone out, they've picked up 3D printers, they don't necessarily know what they're going to do with them, so then they start looking around to try and find things to do, or they've been introduced to D&D through friends and whatever else, and that leads into kind of discovering miniatures. So these people have haven't necessarily purchased actual miniatures that have ever been produced to be played with. And when you remember as well that companies like Games Workshop, I know there's a lot of hate on them and stuff, and you know, everyone thinks they're ripping them off. But if you think like what I make and what a lot of these other guys make, the only person telling me what I can and can't do is me. Now I know what I can and can't do because I print models, I paint them. If I screw something up and I realise I've made a mistake, I either go back and correct it on that model, or I learn and don't do it on the next one. So there's a constant kind of like evolution with it. But I can only do that because when you print models, you see some issues, but when you paint models, you see more issues, and you can get to the bottom of them and iron them all out. And if you don't partake in the whole hobby, then you don't know about handling models for robustness on the tabletop, and you know there's nothing more painful than having models break when you're playing with them anyway. So there's a whole lot of appreciation that's missing, and I've likened it several times now to like a chef that doesn't eat. Do you know what I mean? If they don't eat food, and I know it's not actually going to happen, but if a chef had no ability to eat food or chose not to eat, how could they guarantee that they were putting out tasty edible meals to anybody? And it's the same kind of principle for me with sculpting. You've got to be able to kind of, you know, engage and see it from the other side. Yeah, exactly. And it's always difficult then, especially if you're not doing it full time, to try and get that time to do stuff. And I, you know, I don't get as much time to paint as I like, because obviously I've got the Patreon going on. I've got like monthly demands. I've got stuff, you know, expectations of me to kind of make releases and stuff. So I have to prioritise those things. But then at the same time, I'm like, I enjoy painting. You know, it's part of the hobby for me. I still want to do it. And obviously I've got, you know, when I do it, then I've got stuff to put in display cabinets at trade shows. I've got stuff I can, you know, showcase on the internet, on my Instagram channels, and use on my website and stuff like that. So it all helps. But yeah, it's a weird market at the moment, because, like I said, the customers don't have the necessary appreciation and understanding of miniatures either, because of the route they've entered the hobby in. So when they come in, they may look at a model I've done and think it looks too simple, and then they'll look at something from, like, say, I don't know, like Loot or Archvillain or something like that, where they've got like tons and tons and tons of detail on a model, and they get sold by a sexy render, and that's not actually what you want. It's not what you need for a miniature. And I think when people start printing more of the stuff they're buying online, I think they'll start realising. I think we're terrible as hobbyists for hoarding stuff, and not getting around to it. So, like, how many people have got, like, the big pile of shame and the shelf of shame and all that kind of stuff, like models that are sitting there for 10 years or more that need painting still. And then, you've got the what do we call it now? The yeah, your pile of shame will never reduce now that you 3D print. That's the problem. But people who are 3D printers, like, how many people do you know who've got like terabytes worth of STL files, like, stored on a drive? And they're never going to get around to printing them. Yeah, pile of shame, like Elston. If you don't know Elston, he's got a YouTube channel, Elstonation. Elston, feel free to drop the link in the chat, mate. So Elston's thing was, he did a challenge last year where he wasn't actually allowed to buy any models. He had to he spent the whole year painting his models. And I can't remember the exact number, but I remember it made me reel in my seat when I saw what he'd actually done. So it was a feat and a half, to be fair. There you go, good man. There you go, 1,267 models in 1 year, which is obscene. Yeah, 27,000 left. I've actually sculpted a model of Mr. Elston as well. He's actually one of the. We were saying about the city watch earlier. There's a pair of watchmen called the Chilling Watchmen, and the little one of the two is Elston. Oh, this rain is doing my head in now. Can you guys hear it on stream, or is it? It's not disturbing the mojo, is it? So it takes me back to caravan holidays as a kid in Cornwall. Used to sit on a sofa chilling and watching telly and drawing. Well, commission work's a bit of an odd one for me. I don't normally do it. I've got a lot of commitments for things, but every now and then something kind of like takes my fancy. I've got to blow on the microphone and stroke it. So I see all these ASMR videos popping up on my TikTok thing, and I have to kind of unlike them and get rid of them ASAP because I just do my head in. There's people with mood lighting behind them stroking the microphone or rubbing a feather duster around it or something. Well, if you got a drawing or got a sketch or something like that, I say the whole one for Mike didn't take me an awful long time. I mean, if you sweet talk him, you might even get him to add you into the Moniverse range, and then it'll definitely get done. There was a guy who contacted me a while ago. I can't remember his name now, but it was he wanted me to sculpt a miniature of his wife holding a box for some kind of like, he does like a YouTube channel, and I never ended up getting around to doing it in the end. But he sent me all these photographs of his wife for reference and stuff like that. And it was just like, you know, just like they do a thing where they unbox like model kits and stuff, and I thought, oh, you know, yeah, go on then. And she's wearing like, she's dressed up like a sexy secretary and stuff like that, wearing like short leather skirts and stockings and things like that. It was like, right, so you want what now? Right, I know what I need to do. Is she little, and is she? She likes the little characters in. I've still got to get my wife to try and play. She started working with me about a year ago, just over a year ago. So she's been teaching for like 15 years. And if any of you guys are teachers, you'll understand the kind of the burden and the headache that comes with that. And then about a year ago, I managed to get her out of teaching. So like not September just gone, but September before that, she'd handed a notice in, finished, and then end of the year or start of the next school year, she started working with me doing admin. And gosh, she didn't know what a paladin was or anything, you know. It's like, she's like, well, what's the difference? What's this guy? Oh, this guy's a paladin. What's this guy? This guy's a cleric, but he looks the same as a paladin. No, he's not the same as a paladin. The paladin's got a sharp weapon, the cleric's got a blunt weapon. So, well, how? They're the same? I went, no. And I'm like, well, a paladin could have a blunt weapon, but the cleric can't have a bladed weapon. She went, what do you mean the cleric can't have a bladed weapon, but they're the same? And like, I've had this whole headache of trying to teach her like the various different kind of like intricacies, like the difference between a sorcerer and a warlock and a wizard. And when I first started talking to her about it, it was like I was just melting her brain or something. And then she's kind of warmed up and she understands more of it now. But she wasn't overly impressed at the beginning, should we say. Nice. What's the video, Alston? Oops. What's the video on? How I traded my dream army for food. Was it food for you? Yeah, I mean the way I explained it was a wizard is an academic magic user, so they spend their life studying and getting their head around like magic craft. The sorcerer just has innate magic powers, and the warlock bribes a demon for magic, roughly. I haven't even broached the topic of necromancers and liches and stuff with her, so that'll be another one for another time, I think. Yeah, why not? It works. He's looking a bit too much like a sheep at the moment, isn't he? Right, got any ideas what I'm doing yet? It's not a sheep person. It's the first time I've done one, so I'm winging it a little bit. Oh God. Let's give him a staff, I think, for starting with. Get in there. Minotaur's closer. Firbolg, mate, you got it. Do a few Firbolg characters, I think. Of course, the first one's got to be a druid, hasn't it? So. Let's duplicate. Oh, no, cancel that. Don't delete the head. And keep the head. Let's go for putting a bit of a beard on him. Why did you think now it couldn't be a Firbolg? Oops. Oh yeah, it was the way I'd done the nose, wasn't it? Yeah, I imagine a Minotaur would be a bit of a grumpy, miserable so-and-so, living in a maze and eating unfortunate passers-by once in a blue moon. Sure, you could have, with enough diligence and enough time and effort, you could house train a Minotaur. Might have to sacrifice a few bed sheets. I don't think they do nappies that big. So what other classes do people kind of think of with Firbolg then? Obviously Druids are a given. I imagine Rangers probably a shoe-in with them as well, being a nature-y type thing. fighter, perhaps. Cleric, yeah, cleric will work. Firbolg monk, yeah, that'd be a nice, interesting one to do. Am I right in saying they've always been around, but it's only like Critical Role that have kind of popularised them as characters? Where's that coming from? Yeah. So I'm just getting rid of some residual kind of crap in the scene. Firbolg Rogue, is that a viable option? Are they stealthy enough for that kind of thing? Right, let's drag a hand in. There we go. No, it doesn't have to be an optimal build, but if I've got to make one and it's not a custom commission, it's kind of got to be something that's got to be appealing to people, either as an NPC or, you know, a character they might want to actually play. You can always do a character sheet for him and drop him in as an NPC anyway, so it's not an issue. But like a Firbolg Mushroom Mage or something like that. Like a shaman rather than a wizard, like, if you know what I mean. Let's give him a bit more of his hunchback. And I think his feet need a bit, let's make his legs a bit more chunky at the bottom. because it's quite big. Let's make his feet a bit chunkier. Ow. So we're going to merge visible on this now. In fact, let's just save this out as a tool so we can come back and use it again. Save as. Furbolg base male. Give the guy a vest to start with, I think. So we'll just do an extract. Bit big. Okay, I'm going to remove all the internal geometry. Don't need it. Delete that close hole so I've got a solid mesh. I'm just going to cut away the bits here. I feel like I've got to give him some, like we were talking about Boo earlier. I feel like he needs some animal woodland friends. Give him like a little, I don't know, a squirrel crawling up his top or something. Maybe a little bird sitting on his shoulder. Just going to shape in the robes here. A few bits of wooden armour on him, I think. Little gathering bag. The rain stopped. Just gonna grab some lunch soon. I'm just using like the move tool at the moment just to nudge things around and using smoothing to smooth it out a bit. Ah yeah, alchemist would be good. Like a proper naturey one. basket full of mushrooms and bits of bark and herbs and all that good stuff. A bit of burnt hair. Yeah, I like the Discworld thing with the guild of alchemists, and you can spot them a mile off because they don't have any eyebrows. Reminds me of my son. He's lying in bed the other night and he goes, what's it now? He come out with something really random. He says, with his bedtime routine, he struggles to get to sleep sometimes because like his brain's really active. He's like full of imagination, and he just sits there like yapping. And you know how kids are. You get them to bed and they're just suddenly like they've been sitting there quiet for the last couple of hours or whatever, and then all of a sudden like there's like a million words trying to spat out of their mouth as you're trying to say, look, just go to sleep and shut up. And I said to him, we said, right, you know, what we do is, imagine you're sitting on a cliff looking out over the sea, and you're watching all the waves roll in and the birds flying by, listening to the sounds of the waves. I put a bit of chill out music on for him, like, you know, you kind of the kind of albums they have in garden centres and whatever, and nice instrumental stuff with a little bit of bird cheeping and waves crashing and trickling water, all that kind of stuff. And I always tell him, like, you know, picture the scene, sit down, calm yourself down, and then focus on your breathing. And he's like counting his breathing and, like, you know, in for three, out for three, in for three, out for three kind of thing. And he gets himself kind of like, you know, nice and chilled and nice and relaxed. And then just as I'm about to walk out the room, he goes, Dad, I can't do it. He says, I keep thinking of too many things. I said, what do you mean you keep thinking of too many things? He goes, you know, just like a pig with three heads. I'm like, you know, a pig with three heads is like the first thing that came. Where does this come into this entire equation? He's like, I don't know, it's just one of the things I was thinking of. He's funny. In fact, you know, I've got to show you something he's done. So he's 7 years old. Last year, when he was 6, we were doing home learning with him, and he was sat in my office. So he was on the desk just here behind me with his with my Wacom tablet, and you know, kind of doing all his schoolwork on there while I was like keeping an eye on him and helping him between like sculpting and whatever. And he made he'd been watching me doing my sculpting on his breaks, and he decided he wanted to have a go. So because he was using my Wacom tablet, I loaded Zbrush up on there for him. I said to him, right, I said, go on then, crack on. So I showed him a few things, taught him how to do a couple of bits. And he did this for me. Let me just find the listing. He basically he set about and make himself a beholder. Because I bought him the D&D books for kids. You know, like the intro books. The Young Adventurers guides and stuff. I got him them. And he'd been reading them. He'd been reading all about beholders, and he was really kind of like, you know, he was loving the idea of them. So I said to him, I said, right, I says, crack on, do it. So he made this beholder, and it was a lovely little model, really cute. And I said to him, I said, right, I said, I'll tell you what, I'll put it up in my store. There you go. His beholder model. I said, put it up in my store, and then anytime anybody buys it, the money goes into your little money box. I said, it's yours, kind of thing. So I launched it, did a bit of promotion work on it, and we ended up with about 140 quid's worth of sales for him. So I've got my one here sat in my room. He painted for me as well. So he's got his little crazy beholder. So that goes to my trade shows with me. It sits up on my stall as a little mascot. And stupidly, on the last trade show, I forgot to take any stock with me. So like, I had that one sat up there, and everybody wanted to buy it. I think we'd have made a fortune selling them. So yeah, so he was only 6 when he made that, and he keeps chomping at the bit, wanting to do another one now. So he's looking at doing a bunch of goblins or something like that. Although he was talking about madcaps the other day, he might end up doing a couple of like madcaps. So we'll see how he goes. Yeah, he had great fun making that beholder, and he did it all on his own as well. The only thing I helped him with was putting a base on it and getting it printed. Oh, it's there. Maybe shut down Streamlabs then. What's that going? Okay, so let's put a few. My wife asked me why I'm fidgeting so much. She goes, sleep. Go sleep. What are you thinking about? And I say, who decided a wyvern only has 2 legs and a dragon has 4? That's it. They always say, don't they, as blokes? Like, you know, if your wife ever asks you what you're thinking, never really tell her the answer, because they'll think you're mental. One of Sean Locke, actually, the comedian. He was, I think it was on Countdown. Cats does Countdown thing, and I remember he saying, like, he said, my wife says to me, he says, what are you thinking about? I says, I'm just imagining a world with no herbs. Everything's pretty much the same. It's just a little bit bland. And that is kind of, you know, if I'm not thinking of anything, if I'm not talking, or, you know, if I'm a bit quiet at any point, I'm thinking of these kind of stuff, really. But that takes you off in all sorts of weird and wonderful directions. No, I've not seen Baron von Munchausen. Has that got a similar kind of analogy kind of thing in there? No. I've seen that happen in lots of games and stuff, but I've not seen it in the film. Is that one of your regular go-to thoughts when it's quiet, is it? Imagine riding a cannonball through the sky. Watching a program randomly the other day about a like, you know, when, what's it called, when stunts go horribly wrong, or one of these kind of things, and I had to catch a rabbit. My missus once said to me in the sleep, we hadn't been together that long, and she turns around and says, she was asleep, she was full on asleep, and I was like half asleep, and then she turned around to me, she went, no, Daniel, that's not the American flag, it's the Union Jack. And I was like, excuse me? And she like didn't even respond, didn't even remember it in the morning. It was just, that was it. And she accused me of eating the last Garibaldi biscuit, and the best thing is I don't ever remember buying Garibaldi biscuits, let alone eating them. I don't think she's even a fan herself, so oops. She hasn't done it since we've had kids, actually. I think she's too tired too tired to talk in her sleep. She just needs to actually sleep. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to have to clock off in a sec because I'm absolutely starving Marvin at the moment. So I say come back and join me anytime. You're always welcome. Have a lovely day. Good chat to you. doing some erratic and random stitches across his garments. Let's do one down here, coming down to there, I think. Go. Let's just smooth. Let's just dynamesh that. Give that a bit of smoothage. 600, 750. There we go. Bit around the back. Anybody got any plans for Halloween? You going trick or treating or any parties or anything like that? We're going to take our kids trick or treating on. God, I think we've got to go Saturday and Sunday this year. That's going to be hard going. I just hope the weather's nice enough for it. I didn't quite manage to get my my pin-up ready for Halloween. I was going to be doing another pin-up Kickstarter. I say pin-up, just a larger scale model of an attractively sculpted lady, but yeah, we end up going out. We've got a group of friends who are like parents of the kids of our kids. No, sorry, not parents of our parents of our kids' friends. So we all kind of hang out together and do these kind of things as a group. So we do stuff with them normally, but then we've got like another friend who's got a little one who's just about old enough to start enjoying things like that now. So they've asked us to go as well. So we're going to end up doing a second run with them. So I don't mind taking them around. It's no hardship, is it? So we used to have occasional Halloween parties ourselves because we were like my birthday's 3rd of November and it falls smack between bonfire night and Halloween. So some years we'd have a Halloween party, and other years we'd just have like a bonfire night with a bonfire and a what do you call it, some fireworks and stuff. But we haven't really done anything like that in several years now. the rain's back again. Quite glad I'm not doing a school run today. Hayley's picks the kids up normally. The kids have just had some really good school reports in, so we're gonna give them a little treat tonight. So we've got some Halloween sweets in. Oops. Got some like Halloweeny themed sweets in and some little cupcakes for them and stuff. So we're gonna do a little family film night with them tonight with the Halloween snacks. I think like 90% of my sculpting is done using the same few brushes and tools here, you know. Even the ones I've shortcutted onto the side of my page over here, even these ones, they don't all get action all the time. One of them there is a death sentence, that knife curve. Every single time I try and use that, it ends up completely crashing and killing Zbrush. So that doesn't get any action anymore. Okie doke. Just working through, just doing some detailing around the stitches. This will help them to stand out a touch in terms of being able to define the stitching on the garments. But also, it's if you're using contrast paints and washes, these little divots here, there's somewhere that's going to pick up the shading. Oops, it's going to just help you to be able to paint them. Okay, so next bit of design, what we're going to do on him next. Do some trousers, a bit of bark arm I should give him, or a little bag with some mushrooms. Bit of moss, that kind of stuff. Probably do posing him first actually, because posing him will give him the look I need him to have. I'm just going to turn lazy mouse off on my oil cracks brush now. I'm just going to put some little tears in the fabric. Make him look a little bit more wild and ragtag. Guys, I'm just going to put you on mute for a second while I just brew up a coffee, okay? I've got a Dolce Gusto machine sat right next to my monitor. and if I leave it running, it's going to deafen you all. So just let me just mute the microphone a second. Just bear with me. Hey, we're done. Cheers, people. Very much needed and appreciated. Oh, 1 second, let me just mute this. Sorry guys, that was my wife just about to tell me off, I think, because I'm ignoring her. I think my phone's in my pocket, so she must have messaged me. Oh yeah, she's rang me to tell me she's home. Oh, she's rang me 4 times to tell me she's home, so yeah, that was me getting in trouble. I was originally only going to be streaming till 1 o'clock, so yeah, she's back with Willow. I'm going to have to knock it on the head in a minute, so she's going to have to go and get Jacob, so I'll have to Willow down here. And yeah, she's definitely definitely a character. And frankly, I just don't want to have to wipe a bum on stream, so see, my kids have got we've got the sofa in the background. We've got a sofa over there. We've got the Echo Show, which the little one loves watching the YouTube on, and then we've got the a telly on the wall over there with a Switch dock for the Nintendo Switch. So Jacob comes down here, plugs his Switch in, and kicks back on a beanbag, crashing playing his games, while Willow sits down and watches YouTube and cozies up, or Netflix sometimes. So yeah, my office gets full on invaded at times. So it's all good fun. But Willow does tend to come down to my office, and one of the first things she wants to do is use the potty and have a poo. She doesn't always tell me she's doing it, but then she'll walk around with the bum in the air shouting, "Dad, come and wipe my bum," despite the fact that she can do it herself. So not ideal stream material. I think we've all got used to that now, we kids, haven't we? Over the couple of years of lockdowns and COVID and everything. Everybody's used to the kids interrupting and the weirdness and. Sharpen up the edges of the cloth on the bottom. great, but they don't respect your work. That's the one big issue. We have to talk to them about it a couple of times sometimes, because usually what happens is I get a phone call from somebody, and the second I get the phone call, they just want attention, and they'll be sitting there completely self-occupying up until that point, and then they just want my undivided attention the second I'm speaking to somebody else, which is awesome. Okay, so we've got Furbolg with a tunic. Oops. Let's give him a autosave. Let's give him a bag with a strap. So in ZBrush you can make straps using the strap tool, which creates like a thin strap and runs it around. You can make custom tools that are curved brushes that do the same kind of thing. But for me, because we're doing miniatures, I find it's always better to just use a cylinder even. Can't even get my shape primitives right. And then you can use that to move it around, because the one thing we want to avoid is any kind of like gaps between the body and the materials. So any kind of like internal cavities are just a bad thing. So what I will do is like this here now. Take a cylinder, position it in place, use the move tools to manipulate it to where I want it to go, and then any areas where we got like this bit where it's hanging down, areas like that, what I can do is I'm just going to divide this a couple of times to give it a bit more geometry. Dynamesh it to around about 600 and odd resolution, and then at the top here where I don't want it to be, I'm just going to hack it out with the clay build-up tool. And I'll just do that around the bottom bit here, and just remove enough of that I can get to the inside and just sharpen up the inside of the belt. There we go, just like that. I've got Paul Daniels in, just like that. There we go. Just a little bit there, just to make sure it's out. Okay, so this one I'll give him a belt, we'll give him some baggy trousers, some boots, looking at a few images online for Furbolg just to give me a steer outfit wise. Okay. No worries, Adeline. I'll catch you later. Thanks for joining in today. I am absolutely going to have to knock this on the head as well. So, shall I? Is Red Straw Baby on a stream at the moment? Let me have a quick gander. I'll raid in. Take you all with me. Right. Let's do a raid in, and then I'll say goodbye to you guys and. Oh, nice. I'll be doing that one again in another week or so, I suppose. Then. Right, guys. So thank you all again for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure having you all, and I'll see you all again soon. We're raiding now. Let's go, go, go.